health. Good afternoon, everyone. Devi and Maharajas have arrived. I would like to request them to have their seats. Once again, a good afternoon to all of you present in this Payash arena, revered Maharajas, esteemed faculty and staff members, respected guardians and guests, dear and respected alumni of this prestigious institution, and of course, my students. Today is the second day of the 3-day long Centenary Reunion Program 2022 of our ex-students brothers. On behalf of the whole Vidyapith family, I welcome you all in this part of the program. Today's program is basically a motivational session on how to lead life in a proper way. And this program will begin with Mangalacharan, invocation to the Almighty, because without it, nothing is possible. So I would like to request the present students of Vidyapith to start their program, and of course they will be accompanied in tabla by our respected Harishankar Barman sir, in Shitar by our Vishwamay Chakrabarti sir, and in harmonica by our respected Vijay Kumar Shah sir. So I would like to request them to start the program.
हाँ तू बजा कर आज रात तक द्वारी न लगी कहाँ पर
Thank you, sir. Thank you, the students, for such melodious presentation. And it has well set the tune of the entire program, I believe. Really, today we are blessed to have amongst us revered Srimad Swami Suhitananda Ji Maharaj, Vice President of Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, and other senior monks from different Ramakrishna Mott and Mission all over the world. It's time to invite the dignitaries on the dais. And at first, I would like to request revered Srimad Swami Suhitananda Ji Maharaj, Vice President of Ramakrishna Mott and Mission, to come on the stage and accept his seat. Maharaj, please. And I would like to request revered Secretary Maharaj, revered Swami Jayantananda Ji Maharaj, to accompany Maharaj on the stage. Maharaj, please. Along with Maharaj, I would like to request revered Swami Tyagarupananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission Ashrama Malda, to come on the stage and accept his seat.
नहीं
Along with revered Swami Tyagarupananda Ji Maharaj, I would like to request revered Swami Sarvapriyananda Ji Maharaj, Minister and Spiritual Leader, Vedanta Society of New York, to come on the stage and accept his seat. Maharaj, please. Now, I would like to request our revered Secretary Maharaj to stay on the stage for the felicitation. Now it's time to felicitate revered Maharajas, and for that matter, I would like to request revered Swami Jayantananda Ji Maharaj to felicitate at first revered Swami Suhitananda Ji Maharaj, Vice President of Ramakrishna Mott and Mission. Maharaj, please. Now Vice President Maharaj is being felicitated by revered Secretary Maharaj. Thank you, Maharajas. Now it's time to felicitate revered Swami Tyagarupananda Ji Maharaj, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission Ashrama Malda. Now Maharaj is being felicitated by our revered Secretary Maharaj, revered Swami Jayantananda Ji Maharaj. Now revered Swami Sarvapriyananda Ji Maharaj, you will be felicitated by our Secretary Maharaj. Thank you, Maharaj, for the felicitation. Now, we will go to the main portion of the program with the blessing of revered Vice President Maharaj, revered Srimad Swami Suhitananda Ji Maharaj, and therefore I would like to request humbly to Maharaj to come on the podium to deliver the benedictory address. Maharaj, please. Okay, I think you know one microphone will be provided to Maharaj so that he can deliver his speeches from his seat.
और लाइटवा कम की है इसका छक्का देखो वहाँ जब लग गया देख लेना आपने उनका ऑटो ऑटो में डाला उससे कम कर रिंग से हाँ रिंग से कम कर ना ऊपर कर ऊपर 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 देखो आर कर कम बस बस आज दीजिए वहाँ देखिए कितना लाइट पड़े हो खड़ी है तकने बढ़ है इन्हें कर भी ना लाइट तो ताला ठीक है
I would like to request the audience to bear with us for a few seconds.
तो और काम है डिस्प्ले देखना वो बार बार आगे तो नहीं बोलते
real monks, brahmacharis, the students of Vidyapith, both former as well as present. I consider both of them as the students of Vidyapith. The faculties, instead of calling them as faculties, I would like to address them as guides. They are the guides, and the guides not only our teaching staff, all the staff of Vidyapith, they are the guides for the students. Those who are the kitchen staff, who are in the Darwan, sweepers, everywhere, the laborers. You go, whenever the students go any corner, if they do anything wrong, they will not spare. Just like guardians, they will just take you on the right track. So in this way, here, the students are living in such a family as if everyone is their guardian, everyone is their family member, everyone is their helper. So such an atmosphere it is. And then the guardians, the parents, the devotees, those who come here, everybody accepts this an institution, as I said yesterday, that it is this place of inspiration. Sincerely, they imbibe something imperceptibly, which percolates into their body, mind and intellect, and slowly give them a newer dimension. Regarding this today's topic, effective life management, I can remember one incident. This incident happened in 1960. At that time, I was serving Vidyapith Maharaj at Shargachi. This is in West Bengal, near Bharanpur, Murshidabad. One day in the morning, Maharaj, it was his habit to go out and for walking. So as the Shivak, I had to accompany him. So I was taking, and we were going. All of a sudden, one old woman could be seen on the road. she was wearing on a Tata dress, sari was torn. To see that pitiable scene, very small, immediately said, I can't look at this picture. India has become free. And in that free India, Indian mother is wearing torn saris and in this horrible condition. So, just you think, after the lapse of our period of our independence, so many years have passed. Naturally, our wealth has improved. We can see where we stand, how what an atmosphere I am giving a talk. So how much wealth we have got. But simultaneously, we cannot just deny the poverty line also. This poverty line, that is also alarming. This just on last Wednesday, in the Statesman, in the editorial page, one Devendra Saxena, who was former Principal Secretary, Income Tax Department. He wrote an article. I have gone through the article meticulously. He has delineated with facts and figures the harrowing situation in all our departments. Everywhere. That means how pitiable condition we are in. Why it is. That means maybe it is not the question of MPs or MLAs, this income tax department, enforcement department, everywhere. This, and he has given some statistics. In the year 2006 it was so, in the 2014 it wasn't so, in 2018 it was something like that. In this way, if you go through it, sincerely your blood boils. So much of wealth we are having, and simultaneously our poorer sections just squalling, just like wool animals. Why it is so? Why so much of difference? It is this difference because it is not our distribution of the wealth. The machinery which will distribute the wealth, that is not functioning proper. But who is responsible? I am responsible, you are responsible, he is responsible, she is responsible. That means we are responsible. Swami, in one of his talks at that time, he mentioned, the days of the kings are gone. No more you will find the day that they will rule the country and they with their own policy or anything. Now who are the kings? Many legislators. The lawmakers, who are the lawmakers? The representatives of the people, they are the lawmakers. So until and unless we know how to send our good persons, so this mistake, this mischief, this malady will continue. So we shall have to take the responsibility to send good persons in the proper place. But how? When everyone, who is the MP, who is the MLA, who is the Prime Minister, who is the Enforcement Department, who is the Election Commission, your mind, his, her, brother, sister, daughters or somebody, they are all educated, highly educated, drawing very handsome salary. There is so much security of their life, in spite of why this thing? Because there was not the man behind the machine. The machine is there, but the man is not there to handle the machine. So there lies the malady. So Swamiji has mentioned that I have gone through your Senate, ballot, votes and everything I have seen. Everywhere, what is it? It is very adhasan. That means whatever some good, strong minority group, that whatever they will do, others will simply follow like sheep. So this is that is not the man of integrity. I am confirmed my truth, I have the conviction in my feelings and my duties and obligations, I shall have to do it by any means. How those who sacrifice to Allah, we have gained the freedom at whose cost? By our children. At a young age, they sacrifice everything for their life. They have their future, they have their parents, they have their brothers, they have their sisters, but they sacrifice. Why? Because they feel that we shall have to do it. Extreme sacrifice. So that spirit is still missing in us. We shall have to imbibe that spirit in us. Then this effective life is possible. Some sort of sacrificing zeal is required. Let any misfortune come on me, like Harishchandra, like Ramchandra, like kings, this type of famous kings. Let misfortunes come, but I shall sacrifice for the cause. That spirit is very much lacking in us. I remember yesterday our Dr. Sarvapriyananda, he mentioned so many dazzling characters. They were not from rich family, they are not good galaxy stars, but very common people. But how strong is their character, how beautifully they could depict themselves, how beautifully they could translate their thoughts into action. That thing he has mentioned. Just like that, I would like to add one more character. Day before, probably 4 or 5 days back, one of my monastic brothers communicated this incident about this lady. Both of them, her name I cannot publicly say. Some of you may remember, recognize her. Her name was Kamala Rai. Kamala Rai, she came from Bakuda. She as well as husband got initiation from Vidyapith Maharaj, and she got initiation from Suhitananda Maharaj. The husband became a very famous doctor, the wife also became a doctor, and both by virtue of their merit, they went to America and became a famous doctor there. The wife also, she became some nursing superintendent, and she got some gold medal for some particular year for her best performance. They gained so much of wealth. Afterwards, when they both of them retired, they felt, probably they had no issues. They felt that we must do something for India. So they came back to India, both of them, with all their wealth. And then Bakuda, they started one nursing home like that, and publicly just free service to the poorer sections of the society. In this way, the things were going on. Slowly, gradually, the husband expired. Now that lady, she thought of what shall I do, because now I shall also expire. Then what would happen about my this endeavor? So she contacted Ramakrishna Mission, and Ramakrishna Mission wanted anyhow to assist her, and the Ramakrishna Mission was always sagacious and slow in taking decision. So they waited, because it may be her momentary just flashing of emotion, so let it subside, afterwards you will decide. And she in the meantime became famous for her donations. She contributed, I know, personally know, that she contributed this Bharat Sevasam to start a hospital, 14 crores, Vidyapith, 10, 12 crores, Ramakrishna Mission, this institution, that institution, few crores of rupees, she contributed. And whenever any center, from any people used to come to her, she protected the money very nicely and judiciously. She spent the wealth. Ultimately, when she felt that health is aging and it won't be possible for me to continue further to take up any responsibility, even monetary responsibility, she decided that everything should be given up. And she made a will that her house, the building, property, money, everything should go, some portion where, some portion where, and a little portion to Ramakrishna Mission also. And afterwards, actually the story, when she almost became just financially proper, we can say, in contrast to her wealth she had, she one day claimed that I have contributed so much wealth, so much money to different centers. Have I developed the vanity, the ego of a donor? That question came in her mind. And she decided I should have to check. So how to do it? She made a drama. How? What sort of drama? She managed to get from her maidservant one torn sari and some just vessels. Vessels means one thali, glass, something like that, and just aluminium. That's which generally the beggars use. And she dressed herself like a beggar, went to Dakshineshwar, the place where she contributed crores of rupees, that mural hall. So she had to go in hiding, dressing just like a beggar, and sat along with the beggars. Continued the whole day there and begging. Sometimes somebody is giving rice, sometimes some paisa or some coins, something like that. And whatever money she collected, afterwards she put everything in Holy Mother's temple and said, Mother, by your grace I have been successful. So this is the spirit. See how this effective life is, this is the thing. This, I remember one incident. Just to think, this type of this Kamala rice are not missing in India. So many Kamala rice are there, but we do not know where they are. And they neither can like to come out, nor we can find them, but there are. But if one and another Kamala rice can come together, that will become a post. How? Here also I should think of Motivational Maharaj. He once told me a beautiful mathematics. 1 plus 1 is equal to 4. That's I began. How can it be? 1 plus 1 is equal to 4? I shall tell you how it can become. You are here, 1. I am here, 1. You are thinking that we are 2. I am thinking we are 2. So what? Though numerically we are 2, but emotionally and spiritually and morally we are having the strength of 4. So if a few good persons can come together, what a tremendous force it will generate. Here, these Vidyapith, probably 500 or 600 ex-students with their parents, with their wives, with their children, they have come. This is a positive force. If all can come together and just accumulate, then what a tremendous force it is. We can just make some revolution, a positive impact in the society. That much capacity we are having. Day before yesterday probably, while we are stepping inside the campus, I was shocked. The whole Vidyapith was with light. Vidyapith itself is a beautiful place. Why beautiful? Snow White institution. It is a Snow White institution. Here everything white. Wherever you look, white. The temple, I remember when Suhitananda was there, when he came, he could find that every building is white except the temple. That was Deoghar color, yellowish color. Then one day he consulted with me, how would you like if I change it into white? I said, Maharaj, probably it will be fantastic something. If you can change it, then everything will be white. And that he did it. And one moonlit night, full moon night, in those days generally electricity was always off. So naturally no electricity was there. And night time, it was students all were sleeping. I alone got an opportunity. I came out and I started strolling in front of this temple to the gate. And I was amazed to see the moonlight here. That means some bliss has descended in this whole Vidyapith. Full moon, this white stones, cat, everything. So it was blissful. And I can just give you the simile with Nivedita. Nivedita, in one function, probably the Tagore and Avinath Tagore also was there, other J.C. Bose were there, and other dignitaries of that time, the Calcutta dignitaries, they were there, and Nivedita was to come. Nivedita was a bit late, but she came. Avinath is writing, the moment Nivedita stepped in, I had the feeling as if I cannot describe the beauty of Nivedita. The beauty, it is not the physical beauty, it is the blissful beauty. It can be compared only with the beauty of just when you can, if you have the chance to see the Himalayas in full moon, then you will understand what beauty Nivedita had. So that sort of beautiful place is this Vidyapith. I pray and invoke the blessings of Thakur, Ma, Swami, Vedana, that this blissful atmosphere percolates through your life. Thank you.
Maharaj had long association with this Vidyapith. Thank you, Maharaj, for your words of enlightenment and sharing with us for the fond memories of Vidyapith. Now, as announced earlier, today's session is basically a motivational session on effective life management. Today's generation is called Generation G. G here stands for global. But the more global we are becoming, the less local we are being. That is the most unfortunate thing which is happening today. But our motto should always be to think globally and act locally. In this context, the topic today is extremely relevant. Of course, some new dimensions will come out of today's session, I believe, because we are really fortunate to have amongst us some finest orators as well as scholar monks. I'll not make you wait longer. I would like to request Revered Swami Tyagarupananda ji Maharaj, Secretary Ramakrishna Mission Ashram Malda, to come on the podium and deliver his deliberation on this topic, which is extremely relevant. Maharaj, please.
Om Sahana Bhavatu Sahanau Bhunaktu Sahaviryam Karavavahai Tejasvinavadhitamastu ma Vidvishavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. This Shanti mantra, you can hear it uttered in all educational institutions of the Ramakrishna Mission. To give a simple meaning of this mantra, it says, Saha Nau Avatu. The teacher and the taught, they are praying together. O God, O Brahman, please protect two of us properly. Sahanau Bhunaktu, from Bhuj Dhatu, means to enjoy. The fruits of this knowledge, may both of us have it for ourselves properly. Saha Vidyam Karavavahai. May this knowledge make us strong. Vidyam. So knowledge should make us strong. For this, an effective flow of knowledge must be there between the teacher and the taught. So they request together in this mantra, Ma Vidvishavahai. May we not have Vidvesha, that is, ill feeling towards each other. With this sublime prayer, all assemblies in the mission are started. Effective life management, life normally has many dimensions. It could have the physical one, the intellectual one, the spiritual one. Just to give you an example, for effective management of life, you also have got to take care of a medical aspect as well. There are many doctors among the assembled ex-students, but naturally, this is not the aspect that we are discussing here. For effective life management, what probably the focus of the discussion is that we should have a proper philosophy of life. Well, ex-students can come up and say, Swamiji, see, we have from our younger days heard about football matches between Mohun Bagan and East Bengal. A supporter, a strong supporter of Mohun Bagan, can he appreciate the merits of the East Bengal team? Similarly, you being monks, we all of us are monks. Can you appreciate the struggles that come up in the life of a person in the society who has to take care of his physical life, the social life, the political life, etc. In India, religion has not been confined to monks only. our most popular scripture, the Bhagavad Gita, is actually a dialogue between Krishna and Arjuna. Sri Krishna and Arjuna both were from the warrior clan, Kshatriyas. Both were married. And hence the doctrine of selfless service that the Bhagavad Gita expounds is naturally not confined for the monks only. Well, like specialization, just as doctors who take care of one aspect of our body wouldn't do that for the other. An ENT doctor wouldn't cater to cancer patients. Similarly, when people devote their lives to the development of values, just as monks are supposed to do, probably have a deeper insight to what values are. You can say, well said. But how indeed can those values be relevant for us? During the Durga Puja, the scripture which is widely read is the Devi Mahatmya or the Chandi. One verse in the Chandi says, Idham yada yada badha danavotha bhavishyati tada tada avatiryaham karishamari sanshayam. The simple meaning says, Itham yada yada badha. Whenever these kinds of obstacles, Danava Uttha, coming from demons. Demons do not only reside outside, they also reside within us. Our passions, our likes, our greed. Danava Uttha Bhavishyati. Whenever they arise, Uttha, rising. Tada tada avatirya aham. Then, immediately, in the footsteps, Karishami Ari Sanshaya. Ari is enemy. Sanshaya is destruction. So whenever such enemies arise in the society, in our private lives, in our passion, when they are about to overcome us, engulf us, about to destroy the vestige of morality in society, cutting at the roots of what a social fabric should be, then descends the power of good. So the Chandi, like the Bhagavad Gita also has a well-known similar verse. It gives you the message that there is indeed the power of good. Remember when in the Devi Mahatmya, in the story that is, the Devi is uttering this in front of two votaries. One is Suratha, a king who has been deprived of his kingdom. And he is lonely, deserted, unable to assuage his grief. And another is a merchant, Samadhi, who has been betrayed by his own family. In fact, if you read the starting lines of the book, one can be surprised that they are so similar to our own lives. The Vaishya Samadhi, he says in the book, you see, my own family, my wife and my children, they have banished me from the home. But can you tell me, in spite of this, I go on thinking about them. How come that I cannot control my mind? Look the query. Probably it comes to all of us at some point of time. When we feel that we are deprived, we are not being properly judged as per the merit of our actions, such thoughts well up in our mind. We feel that we are rootless. There are no supports to hold back to. So this message tells you that whenever you are in deep trouble, a trouble of existence, rootless, carried away. In English, there's an expression, float sand and jet sand. A flowing current of river has many branches of trees, small logs of woods. These remain at the mercy of the river tide. Similarly with us, sometimes we feel that we are being carried away by the tide of society, by family, by our workplace. Can't we just hold back and look within? Resist this tide somehow? This astikya buddhi is the contribution of philosophical life or Indian religious thoughts. These are the thoughts that you are exposed to at Vidyapith. When you think about effective life management, these are the moorings where you should hold back to. Well, apparently these are wonderful mythological bits. Really, can we implement them in our own lives? That's the question, okay? So, in Bhagavad Gita, there is a wonderful tip about how to have good virtues. Management of our lives. Okay, that's the topic. It says, Abhyasena tu kaunteya vairagyena cha grihyate. We were discussing in the higher secondary section the meaning of this verse. It says, do you want to cultivate a good habit? For this you require, like the two blades of a Caesar, you require both the positive aspect and the negative one. You have to harp on the theme, say that during these hours you have got to take your walk in the morning to keep a robust health. Positive. Negative one, you must not oversleep. You must not have a more than fulsome diet. So like the two blades of a Caesar, a good habit to be cultivated has both the positive and the negative aspects. Now the point is, sometimes our devotees, like students, they say, Maharaj, sabhi to samajhte hai. How do I practice? Korbo ta kemon kore? Shunte to bhalo lagche. Korte gele to pere utchi na, bar bar hochot kheye jacchi. Upayta ki? There is a story of two quarreling soldiers during the Second World War. The Second World War was a long drawn battle from 1939 to 1945. German soldiers in the war front, they were getting restless, away from home, away from their dear ones, with deprivations, lack of food, lack of proper accommodation. Sometimes they would get tremendously angry amongst themselves. Two soldiers, they would walk up to their senior and start complaining against each other. They want to register a complaint. The senior would advise them, Dekho, do one thing. Come tomorrow, okay? And then we'll register your complaint. Well said. Like two growling dogs, they go away in different paths. Next day, they come back and say, no, we do not want to make a complaint. We do not want to make a written statement. वो आपस में हो ही जाता है फिर. Postponement. Okay. So first step in controlling ourselves, our anger, our passions, is to postpone. When the thought is welling up, about to eat you up as it were, postpone it for a time being. I was just reading in the newspaper today, the current king of England, the Anand Bazar Patrika, carried this message, news today, that sometimes when he would get angry, probably that was much earlier, he would break the basins or throw out the chairs. So even people in high places are being overcome by anger. And after you become angry and do something which is unbecoming of you, you bite your fingers. You say, I shouldn't have done that. So instead you postpone such an anger. Do not implement it immediately. A basic premise of control of our daily lives is food habits, isn't it? When you get a little older, not for the younger current boys standing behind, probably they need to eat more. But for the elder ones, food habits, control of them is of course very, very important. In fact, as I am aging, the consciousness about health habits, I see a definite improvement. Get rid of religious teachings. Even for maintaining your own health, you have got to have a restraint over your food. So, such restraints do have a control over your lives. Truthfulness is one virtue. It says, Kaya mono bhakti. Kaya means by your body, mana is the mind, and vakya are the words. I remember sometimes I used to wonder, well, you see, I would utter an untruth. What is the harm of thinking about it? Suppose you see a person who has gone by the side of the stage, and after 5 minutes someone comes up and says, have you seen Avani? I just keep mum. I do not say I haven't seen him. I haven't told an untruth. But instead, by keeping mum, I give a signal that I haven't seen him. So this is a manasika untruth. What daily, day by day, uttering truthful word, what it does is, gradually, even the thought of a falsehood in the mind would gradually be prevented. Whenever a false thought comes in the mind, your mind would come up and say, why? Why are you thinking about false things? Because if you go on thinking about something which is false, one day it will be uttered as well. So words, thoughts and bodily actions, they are all connected together. So kaya mono bhakti is the way to practice truth. Well, is it possible? Can it be done? So Maharaj is there sitting, Swami Suhitananda Maharaj. In addition to being my ex-headmaster, principal in the school at Narendrapur, in later days he became the General Secretary of the order. I must confess that we would get astonished when we would go to the headquarters office at Belur. 8:30 is the time. Maharaj would always be punctual at the office. Even other monks working in the office, sometimes they would be late, not Maharaj. Why is punctuality being aligned with truthfulness? Because punctuality is the way that we think about time. When you are late for an event at a place Actually, in your own mind, you are not sure of the time. Since you were not sure about when you should get there, that is why you arrived there late. So, truthfulness in your mind is getting reflected in your punctuality as well. So, punctuality, keeping to what you have promised in respect of time, is a part of truthful behavior as well. I remember there's a monk who stays in Bellu, but he was born in Iraq. By birth, he was a Muslim. Diwani Maharaj was a pure blue blood Iraqi Muslim gentleman. He had his medical training in Germany, did his MD there, and then finally joined the Ramakrishna mission here. Maharaj, his English is not that fluent. Much juniors that we are, he became friends with us. He made a strange remark. He said, you see, there is a basic outlook difference between Indians and Westerners. I would say, what is that, Maharaj? He said, you see, in India, people are very observant about personal lives, about your character. But they are shoddy about work practices. They get late for work. They do not keep to time. They are not punctual about their habits. Instead, in the West, people are relaxed about their personal lives. In fact, they are very conscious about their privacy, that you should not peep into what I am doing. You have seen a taste of that during the World Cup, when captains of different European teams were keen on having a head and an armband. So in their personal lives, they wouldn't like any intrusion. But in the public life, when you're working together, Maharaj is saying that they are punctual. They stick to time. They have their work ethics. He said, you see, we require a combination of these both. In addition to having purity in our personal lives, our workplace also should be efficient, punctual, clean, tidy. These are the practices in our individual level, micro level. I had studied economics. You have microeconomics and macroeconomics. Micro is the individual level, and the macro is the collective level. When at the micro level you develop such habits, gradually this spreads over to the macro level as well. Maharaj had quoted Devendra Saksena's article. He frequently writes in the Statesman on such economic issues. Well, feeling at the individual level can gradually percolate down to the society as well. Devotees sometimes they tell us, Maharaji, we are only a small individual. How can we improve the lot of the poor? So many poor persons are there. I as an individual, how much can I do? All of you have heard that story, isn't it? Of the story of a father whose sons were quarreling amongst themselves. Then one day, when he was ill, he asked his two quarreling sons to come together with a bunch of sticks. And he asked them to break through that bunch of sticks. They of course couldn't, with great effort. But then he asked them to untie the bundle. And when the sticks were there individually, they were easily breakable. So collective brings strength. Swami Vidyapith, when he came from the West, he said, this is one thing that I have learned from the West, the power of organization. Maharaj was mentioning the power of when two persons come together, you have sometimes the thought of the four. Today there is a word known as synergy. It says, suppose there are individual two persons, but when we come together, as we have come together in this wonderful pandal today, the power of the collective comes in. There's a cosmic mind, it is said, Vishwa Janin Mon. In that mind, our thoughts, as it were, are there, stored up. Swami Vivekananda says in his lecture, he said, you see, imagine the power of great thoughts. A person who in a cave thinks lofty thoughts, there in the cave, goes on meditating on it, those thoughts would travel the world around until it gets a proper receptacle, a proper mind which absorbs those lofty, generous thoughts, and they would be implemented. Just see the life of Sri Ramakrishna. The Gospel of Sri Ramakrishna, বাংলাতে রামকৃষ্ণ কথামৃত, এই কথামৃত বইটার উপর আমাদের বহু আশ্রমে ক্লাস হয়, including Malda. Whenever we would discuss this book, I would be amazed with one thing. You know, Sri Ramakrishna, like a flowing tide of river, discusses religious books, religious topics, philosophies. But there are no books with him, no scraps of paper, no Bhagavad Gita, no Chandi. He has absorbed all these teachings within him. He hasn't memorized them. He has practiced them. So these values of life, when you absorb them in your own lives, you can have effective life management. In fact, sometimes we say that, you see, I cannot lecture on the platform. Many of us, we say this, isn't it? But actually, all of us become unconscious teachers. When you are parents, when you are a teacher, or even a senior boy at Vidyapith, he also is a role model for the juniors. Suppose boys of class 10 come together and enjoy a football match, or are despondent on losing a match, that despondency percolates down to the juniors as well. They are also, in a sense, a guru, a role model for their juniors. Every one of us are being consciously or unconsciously being imitated by others. So effective life management is a collective enterprise, is a collective endeavor. It cannot come in a vacuum. The beauty of Swami Vivekananda was that he was able to fashion together an order, the Ramakrishna order. In fact, it was a rare thing, because the very name of the Ramakrishna mission, mark the words, mission, it's not a Sanskrit or a Hindi or a Bengali word. It's an English word. The very concept was taken from the English language. So he indigenized this concept, bringing it within the purview of India. He understood that coming together of good minds, Maharaj was speaking of this, good minds can create great wonders. I give an anecdote from my personal life. I was then in my graduation days, in the third year. We had a similar camp at Belur Vidyamandir, where I would be working thereafter, much later, for more than 20 years. So in this camp, then the college student, we were there together, and different swamis were assigned to us so that they could chit-chat with us, clear up our doubts. I remember Swami Shivomanandaji Maharaj, later he was the vice president of the order. He was there in one of the sessions, 5 or 6 of us coming together. Very freely we were conversing with him. And I remember some of us inching closer to him and saying, Maharaj, we are in the modern colleges and universities. Many of the students there, boys and girls, do not care anything about religious life. When we tell them about such values that we studied in the Ramakrishna mission, they do not understand them. They laugh at them. How do we have our convictions still stronger? How can we continue with these convictions? I still remember his advice. He said, you see, yes, individually you can be weak. That is why you should come together. Like-minded people should come together, assemble together. In fact, this is also a reason why alumni associations have come up. I can vouchsafe that many of you, through the alumni association, have met each other after a long gap of time, just as we at Narendrapur have done. Many of you have been carried along the stream of life. After a long time, you have come together. And now you come back to your mother institution and start feeling again, yes, this institution has given me a lot. Probably I haven't recognized it so long. But when I come back after a gap of time, I understand it more. That is the reason why immediate ex-students often do not understand the value of an institution, of their institution or college where they had studied. When you look back after a gap of time, you understand bless you and all the current students as well. Namaskar.
We are absolutely mesmerized, Maharaj. Thank you very much for your erudite reflection on the topic. Now, our next presentation is a song by our respected Sir, Shri Vidyapith Sir. He will be accompanied by in tabla by our respected Harishankar Barman Sir and in sitar by Vishwamay Chakraborty Sir. According to the schedule, revered Swami Divyanathānanda Maharaj, who is an alumnus of this institution, 1992 batch, he was supposed to sing a song, but because of some issues, Maharaj cannot attend the program, and with this I would like to request our respected Sir to start their program. Sir, please.
अरे वो लोग क्रैन पे ऊपर करो लेयर पर कैमरा में आ रहा है बीच बीच दोनों
ब्रह्मांड लिए तुम खेल रहे हो, नटखट एक बालक की तरह। ब्रह्मांड लिए तुम खेल रहे हो, नटखट एक बालक की तरह। सृष्टि प्रलय तेरा खेल है प्रभु, सृष्टि प्रलय तेरा खेल है प्रभु। रस तेरा है ब्रह्मांड लिए एक बालक की तरह। सृष्टि प्रलय तेरा खेल है प्रभु, सृष्टि प्रलय तेरा खेल है प्रभु। बरस तेरा है हर एक जगह, ब्रह्मांड लिए ब्रह्मांड लिए ब्रह्मांड लिए।
आचार्य
दिव्य सतेजमंद श्री राम कृष्ण चरणारविंद मधुपान निरत सानंद सेवा का अभिनव मंत्र दिया जनमन को शुद्ध स्वतंत्र किया सेवा का जनमन सेवा का अभिनव मंत्र दिया जनमन को शुद्ध स्वतंत्र किया जनमन को शुद्ध स्वतंत्र किया प्रज्ञा का फैलाया विदेह सुंदर सुवास मकरंद आचार्य विवेकानंद श्री राम कृष्ण चरणारविंद मधुपान निरत सानंद हे नर नारायण के पूजक हे नर नारायण के पूजक हे नर नारायण के पूजक आचार्य विवेकानंद आचार्य विवेकानंद श्री राम कृष्ण चरणारविंद मधुपान निरत सानंद हे नर नारायण के पूजक आचार्य विवेकानंद आचार्य विवेकानंद आचार्य विवेकानंद
Thank you, sir, for the melodious performance. The first song was presented to you by respected Vishwanath Chakraborty sir, and the second one by respected Vidyapith sir. Now one of the most awaited moments of today's program, the speech by revered Swami Sarvapriyananda Maharaj, Minister and Spiritual Leader, Vedanta Society of New York. I would like to request Maharaj to come on the podium and deliver his speech. Maharaj, please.
Revered Swami Suhitananda ji Maharaj, revered Swami Tyagarupananda ji Maharaj, other revered monks, respected monastic members, brahmacharis, members of the faculty, esteemed alumni of Vidyapith, and the present students. The subject this afternoon is effective life management. I am reminded of an incident, an experience I had about 10 or 12 years ago. I was in Calcutta on the way to give a speech at a particular institute, and a gentleman who had come to take me to the venue is a scientist, young Indian scientist, and he told me one of his experiences. He said he had gone to Japan for an international conference in his subject. And throughout the day there were meetings and so on and so forth. In the evening, all the delegates had gathered for a party. And the leading figure in their field was this Japanese scientist who was the host for this whole conference. And it seems that the Japanese are very formal. Our Anirban Maharaj has come from Japan, he could tell us more. The Japanese are very formal, but when they have a party, they tend to loosen up and relax and talk and chat. And so this scientist started talking about his personal life with this Indian scientist, the one who was telling me the story. And he said, the Japanese scientist said, you know, I am at the top of my field. My papers are regularly published each year. They are cited extensively across the field. My books are prescribed in universities across the world. I have a wonderful family, a house, a car, and and I go on international trips and conferences every year. And then he said, at this point, I feel it is all nothing, nothing, nothing. And he started crying. He actually started crying. Maybe he had a little too much of sake to drink or something. So he started crying. And this Indian scientist, he said, I don't know what came over me, Maharaj, but I suddenly told him, you know, as many zeros as you put together, the total is 0. But if you have 1, then every 0 that you add to it adds value. If you add 1 0, you have 10. You have 2 zeros, it's 100. 3 zeros, it's 1,000, and so on. And this Japanese scientist looked startled. He said, who said this? And I told him, an Indian scientist said, I told him there was a spiritual teacher called Ramakrishna. Where I come from, in Bengal, this teacher called Ramakrishna, he said this. And the Japanese scientist said, wise guy, a very wise person, whoever it is. I think that is, if you ask me in one instruction, one teaching for effective life management, it is to bring that 1 into our life. So that all the zeros that we are collecting in our life, they all get value. Without that 1, everything else feels like a 0 after some time when a person becomes mature. And you get the feeling it's all nothing, nothing, nothing. Today, in the time that I have, I'll speak about 3 aspects of effective time management. Effective life management, not time management. The reason is at one time I used to be called for giving talks on time management. So effective life management, and I will draw from Swami Vivekananda and also from positive psychology. Why from positive psychology? There has been a kind of a revolution in psychology in recent times, over the last 25 years. In the words of Martin Seligman, who was the president of the American Psychology Association, APA, he says that so far psychology has been concerned with human sickness, how to take patients, how to cure patients, how to cure mental illness, how to take a person from -5 to 0. But why just from -5 to 0? Why not from 0 to +5? Why can't there be a psychology for human flourishing, not just psychology for human sickness? So he talks about positive psychology, and he gave a direction. It's a very powerful organization, American Psychology Association, APA. And so they gave a direction to psychology in that time. Over the last 25-30 years, this new field has come up, American positive psychology. And it's part of regular academics now. There are textbooks, there are papers published. It's rigorous academics. It's not just anecdotal. What I mean by anecdotal is, if you go to any bookshop, I know there aren't too many bookshops left thanks to Amazon, but those that are left, in America, most bookshops have disappeared. And that's true here also. But in New York, you have a few. Barnes and Noble is there. So I go there and sometimes browse books. And you have whole sections on self-help books, how to become popular, how to focus, how to lose weight, how to succeed in career and relationships. So many books, but most of them are anecdotal. Most of them are like advice. They are not rigorous academically. Positive psychology is a new discipline, part of psychology, which is rigorous academically. Let me just add a little experience I had a couple of weeks, 3 weeks ago. I got a strange invitation from the American Psychiatric Association. So there are two organizations, American Psychiatric Association and American Psychology Association. And both of them have their headquarters in Washington, D.C. And they hate each other. They don't like each other. And their headquarters are also near each other, you know. So I got this invitation. They have a conference of psychiatrists and faith leaders. So I went there as a representative of Hinduism. And it's a very interesting conference. And in that conference, these psychiatrists, America, those who know, they know that America has the largest concentration of psychiatrists in the world. I don't know what that says about American society, but it says something. Also has the largest concentration of lawyers in the world, per capita. So in the conference, they told us that there's a mental health crisis in America, especially after the COVID. And psychiatrists are unable to deal with the sharp increase in mental health problems. And they realized that they need to work with the community, especially with religion, with religious leaders. And this is interesting because generally they are very anti-religion, or they are atheistic. Now, their point was not that psychiatrists have started suddenly believing in religion. It's just that they said, you cannot argue with the data. You cannot argue with the data. What is the data saying? The data is saying that those who have some sincere religious spiritual practice in their lives, they have much less mental illness, and they are much better able to cope with mental illness even if they have mental illness. So the psychiatrists, they said that it's very natural that we should seek the help of religious leaders in dealing with mental illness. Now, in positive psychology, many areas are there. Human happiness. How do we become more happy? Concentration, focus of mind, training of attention. That's another area. How do we deal with distraction and focus in our life? How do we improve our relationships with others? How do we gain self-confidence? So 3 of these areas I will speak of in brief in relation to effective life management. First, in order to manage our life effectively, we must have confidence on oneself. Swami Vivekananda said, the old religion said, he who does not believe in God is an atheist. But the new religion says, he who does not believe in himself is an atheist. And this, it's so important for us. I notice so many young Indians, boys and girls, they go to the United States to work, highly qualified, either to study or to work. And many of them, they lack confidence in themselves. They're very good kids, but they need to stand on their own feet and have confidence in themselves. We, in general, seem to lack confidence in ourselves as individuals, and also confidence in ourselves as a community, as a nation. So the idea is, for effective management of our life, effective management of our communities also, we need first to have confidence in ourselves as persons, as a community, as in our own religion, in our own heritage. How do we do that? How do we get confidence in ourselves? There was one psychologist, Albert Bandura. He coined a term, self-efficacy. Self-efficacy, and it's for students. He said, those who have this self-efficacy, what is self-efficacy? It is the belief that I can face most challenges in my life. I have faced many challenges in my life. The next challenge which comes, next problem which comes, I can face it and I can tackle it. And he called this self-efficacy. How does it work for students? Bandura gives an example of students. He says, faced with a difficult mathematics problem, it was observed in a study that some students persisted and tried to solve it. And those who tried to solve it, some of them were successful in solving it, some were not. And there were some students who immediately gave up. It's difficult, I will not be able to do it, and they moved on to the next question. And obviously, those who did not try, those who gave up, 100% failure, because if you don't try, you're not going to succeed anyway.
So he calls this self-efficacy, a confidence in oneself. Let me try. No matter what the problem is, whether in a school subject or in my life, whatever the problem is, let me try to face it instead of giving up quickly and escaping or withdrawing. This confidence in oneself. I'm going to talk about this subject drawing from the work of a well-known American psychologist, Nathaniel Branden. One more thing I remembered about that Psychiatric Association meeting. The former president of that Psychiatric Association, I can tell the name openly now, Samarkand, he is the one who suggested that psychiatry and religion should work together. And he told me after lunch, because I was wearing this dress, he approached me. Now, his name is not very important here, but in America it's very important because it's such a powerful organization. He approached me and he said, you know, I spent 3 years in my youth in a Buddhist monastery in Japan, meditating and studying. Even today, as a psychiatrist, all my life, president of the Psychiatric Association, every day I meditate. I meditate every day, which is quite surprising if you consider generally the attitude that the APA has with regard to religion. So I'm going to draw on the work of Nathaniel Branden. He's a very well-known psychologist. He wrote a classic book. I don't know if people don't read it too much today. 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem. 6 Pillars of Self-Esteem. You don't have to read the book. In the next few minutes, I'll give you an executive summary. He has thought over this and studied this concept of having confidence in oneself, self-esteem, self-respect. He says the first pillar of building up self-confidence is to live consciously. Unless we are aware of what we are doing, what we are saying, there is no chance of any kind of improvement. I remember revered Swami Ranganathananji Maharaj, the 13th president of our order. So there is this word in Bengali, emni, that he used to get really annoyed with this word. Where are you going? Nothing, emni. What are you doing? Nothing, emni. Maharaj would say, what is this emni? This is very bad for spiritual life. Emni means I am not doing anything consciously, just sort of half consciously I am going through my life. Nathaniel Branden says the first pillar of confidence is that I am consciously living. Swami Vivekananda himself, he said a powerful mantra that everything that is good and great will come when power will come, glory will come, goodness will come when the sleeping soul is roused to self-conscious action. When we live consciously. Vivekananda says that if matter is powerful, mind is omnipotent. So, living consciously, being aware, what am I doing? How am I sitting? What am I listening to? What am I getting from this event? This awareness. If I give value to my time, if I give value to my activities, then I'm living consciously, and then only I can build up self-confidence. The second thing that this psychologist said was accepting the truth of one's own life. Before I build up confidence, I must accept at least to myself where I am. Swami Vivekananda says, I know where the shoe pinches. And what is the problem I know? It's not a problem in Veda and Vedanta. This is to the youth of India at that time. He knew the problem is we are physically weak. The problem is you are morally weak. Problem is you don't have courage. Upanishads, Gita, all that will come later. We must first accept the truth of one's own life. One need not go and tell others, but at least to oneself, honesty. One sadhu, in Hindi, in Uttarakhand, he said, अपनी जीवन की सच्चाई स्वीकार कर लेना बहुत भारी चीज होती है. To accept the truth of one's life is a very profound thing. Once I have accepted it, then Nathaniel Branden says, the next step is to take responsibility. that I will change my life. I will be up and doing. I don't like how it is now. I will take charge of my life and make changes, make a better life for myself. The Bhagavad Gita, before Krishna teaches Arjuna Vedanta, Yoga, Bhakti, so many things, the Karma Yoga, before he teaches all this to Arjuna, Krishna starts the Bhagavad Gita, his instructions, with a scolding. Tvaidyam masma kamah partha, naitatva yupapadyate. Don't be paralyzed into inactivity. This does not befit you. You are a warrior. Be up and doing. You have problems, you have to be up and doing to tackle these. Unless a person internally decides to change, no Upanishad, no Gita, no positive psychology, nothing can help us. To take responsibility, I will change. I will take help from everybody. I will take help from spirituality, from psychology and everything, but I will change my life. I will make a better life. It is possible and I will do it. So this taking responsibility for one's own life. And then the next thing, actually why this responsibility thing, Brandon says is because in the United States especially, it has become a little bit of a fashion to blame others. In here also in India, to blame others means why have young people sometimes in the United States, not so much here, why have you made a mess of your life? They'll blame parents. My parents, it's a fashion to blame parents. My parents messed up my life. Sometimes it's true, but the point is, if I keep blaming others, there's no way of changing my own life. There's no way I can take charge of my own life. So, whether it's parents, whether it's the system, whether it's the government, whether it is, some ill health, whatever it could be, if I take responsibility to change my own life, then only there's possibility of change and growth. The next step, the next pillar of self-confidence is interesting. As Daniel Brandon says, is to assert yourself, learn the art of saying no. Once you have decided to change your life, once I have decided to accept some values and live my life according to some standards, some values, I must now assert myself. That which will pull me away from my values, that which will pull me away from my goals, I should learn to say no. I learned this in one management, there was some kind of a training program, long way back. And they asked a question, do you know how to take a decision? And they wrote, the teacher wrote ABC on the blackboard and said to us, come and choose one, decide, take one option, ABC, select one. So one of us went and ticked A. This is how I decide, I picked A. And then that teacher said, no, that's not how you do it. You pick one and cross out the others. So we must not only have a goal, we must also cut out other options in our life. It's like, I will get up at 5 o'clock in the morning. That means I must cut out 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. That I will not do. So this, assert yourself. Learn to say no to that which will divert us away, sweep us away from our goal. That's another pillar of confidence, of self-esteem. When I take a stand in this world, I will say this is my standard, I will not go below this standard. And once or twice I have said no. Whether it is for personal integrity, for personal health, in relationships, whatever the problem is, I have lived up to my standard and I have said no. I will gain confidence in myself. Then he says, as Brandon says, another area of how to develop confidence, another pillar, is to live a purposeful life. Have a goal in life. Have something that you are reaching towards, something high. Swami Vivekananda always emphasized this. He says, always follow your own highest ideal. Always have a very high goal. Why? Without a goal, there is no management. We know that in any kind of organization, management happens only when you have a goal, a target that you want to celebrate the Centenary. Then there's a question of management. How much money will be required? How many volunteers? What are the resources required? Vehicles? The whole planning comes together. But unless there is a goal, none of this will happen. This will never happen. To marshal our limited resources towards a particular goal, that is management. Similarly, in our own lives, there must be a purpose. I often tell students, when I'm in a group like this, if I ask students, what is your goal in life? So often, especially if it's Ramakrishna Mission students, they will stand up and give us a nice lecture on what should be the goal of life. But what is your goal in life right now? Often they'll scratch their heads and says, nothing specific. But I say, notice one thing. Those who are sitting here in the front, wearing gelwa or wearing the white, we are ordinary people, but there is one distinction. One and only one distinction, which makes ordinary people into extraordinary people. If you ask any one of them, from the senior most Swamiji sitting there to the junior most, the newest brahmachari, if you ask them, what is your goal of life, they are very clear. They will say, Atmano mokshartham jadakritayacha. They will say, God realization is the goal of life. They are very clear. It's obvious, because otherwise why would one take this step unless there's some specific goal? And that goal transforms our lives. This purpose in life transforms our lives. It works like magic. Ordinary lives can become extraordinary if you have an extraordinary purpose. Even if you have a high ideal, a high purpose. And then how to realize that purpose, you have to be practical also. Swami Vivekananda said that high ideal and immensely ideal and immensely practical. How are you practical? This is my goal in life. What are you doing to achieve that goal? Now management, those who are experts in human resource management, they will give you many techniques. One manager, I remember, he drew these circles. The first circle was my day. Second circle was my week. Third circle was my month. And fourth circle was my year. So I have a goal in life. Maybe it is to do a PhD. So it can be any goal. It could be about your physical health. It could be about your academics, your job, your spiritual life. What do you want to do in this year? And then you break it down. What will you achieve of that in this month? And of what you want to do in this month, what will you do in this week? And in this week, whatever you're going to do, what am I going to do in today? My day, my week, my month, my year. This is one way of practicalizing, of putting into practice my ideal, my goal. So purposeful living. That's another pillar of self-confidence. We get confidence when I have a purpose in life. And that purpose can change. It's not that it has to be fixed forever. We can grow as we mature. My goal in life can change. And I don't have to tell anybody. I don't even have to draw those circles. Inside, mentally, I should know that there is a purpose. As Sri Ramakrishna used to say, give the example of a compass needle. You know, a compass needle, if you flick it, it will whirl around and again swing back to the north-south axis. Point back to the pole, the magnetic pole. Similarly, our minds should be focused towards a goal, like a compass needle. Under the pressure of life, pressure of 24 hours work-a-day life, mind may go around here and there. But again and again, it should again automatically reorient towards my goal in life. And then the last pillar of confidence, self-esteem, Nathaniel Branden says, is integrity. Is the practice of personal integrity. That I have some moral standard. I should struggle to live up to it. Many of these ideas, when I read them, Swamiji has given in sutra form already. And these psychologists, positive psychologists, they're developing it nicely. That I have an ideal of a certain moral standards and I will live up to it. I will not lower it down. Swami Vivekananda said, beware of those who make excuses for our weaknesses. Vedanta is ideal in the sense, is practical in the sense of the ideal. Not to drag the ideal down to our present standards, but to push our present standards up to the ideal. So the practice of personal integrity. These are the 6 pillars, according to Nathaniel Branden, on which one can build self-esteem, self-confidence. In case you are wondering what were the other 5, I'll tell you. There's the 6 pillars of self-confidence or self-esteem. The first one is that living consciously. And very interestingly, Brandon calls all of them practices. He doesn't say you must have these qualities, because then we can say I don't have these qualities. But he says no, all of us can practice a little bit. Try to live consciously. One. And then accept the truth of one's own life. Mentally at least, this is where I am. Then take responsibility for your life. I will change my own life. Then assert yourself. That learn to say no to whatever is not helpful to your life, for your own good. And then live a purposeful life. Like Vivekananda said, always have a high goal in life. And finally, the sixth pillar would be the practice of try to maintain your own standards. You need not even accept society's standards. But all of us have a sense of decency. All of us have a sense of morality. At least let us try to struggle to be honest to our own standards of morality. If I think this is good, why should I not try to measure up to my own idea of good? So this is one key component of effective life management, is to be confident about ourselves. Otherwise we can never manage the resources in our life and go towards our goal. So confidence in oneself. The second one is something that Swami Vivekananda emphasized again and again. Concentration, focus, attention. Swami Vivekananda said the key to all knowledge is concentration. He said if I had to do my education all over again, then I would not read books. I would develop the power of attachment and detachment. How to focus completely on one subject and then take away your attention and focus it again on another subject. This entire ability to give our entire attention to something. Few years ago in New York, we organized a retreat, and the theme of that retreat was meditation. So we studied meditation in different traditions. Buddhist mindfulness meditation, then there was the meditation that we do, which is a deity meditation, Ishta Mantra and Ishta Devata, just the concept, the philosophy of it. Then we studied the Kashmiri Shaivism, the Soham meditation. Then we studied the non-dualistic meditation, the Nididhyasana and Advaita Vedanta. So Professor Arindam Chakravarti, who is a philosopher working at the University of Hawaii, he teaches Indian philosophy. When I told him my idea, he said, Sheto Bhalo Maharaj, but do one thing. It's a good idea, Maharaj. Do one thing. After teaching all of them, teach all of them honestly, separately, as it is taught. At the end, you sit together and think, what is common to all these traditions? What underlies, what common factor is there in all these different ways of meditation? Different philosophy, different tradition, different idea of God, different idea of ultimate reality, different techniques. But what is common to all of them? And then we did that. After all the sessions were over, for a short while we sat and thought, and we discovered what is common to all techniques of meditation in all these different traditions. What is common is they are all about training of attention. We have the capacity to focus on something, attend to something. Training of attention is the essence of all meditation techniques. Nowadays, especially in these days, it's a huge crisis, the crisis of attention, the crisis of focus. Number of psychologists have worked on this. Daniel Goleman, who is very well known for emotional intelligence, he has written books on emotional intelligence. I think he coined the term EQ. His latest book is on attention. It's called Focus. And he says, I have been receiving reports from parents, teachers, corporate executives who are hiring youngsters. They are seeing across the spectrum a crisis in attention. It's because of this digital technology. We are getting trained in distraction. We're getting trained in distraction. What this technology is doing is, it is training us that it's very easy to, follow something on the internet. Whatever your mind wants, you can do on the internet. You can browse from one thing to another thing to another thing. That's why it's so addictive. Then social media, being connected to everybody virtually. One message is coming. I'll tell you something. There was a Google engineer who gave a description of how in Silicon Valley there are engineers working day and night in these social media platforms to make us addicted to this. Actually, that's how they get money. How do they get money? So they found out that in the internet, everything is available for free. It is no use making a better website, giving better content, because all content is more or less free there. Then the only way you can get your attention is if you get addicted to this device. Why do they want our attention? They call it attention economy. If we pay attention, then the advertisers will give more advertisements, and then these companies will get more money. So for that, they want to train our attention so that we pay more and more attention to these devices. How do they do it? Very interesting, insidious techniques. They work on the same principle as these gambling machines in Las Vegas. So those who know, they know. I went to Las Vegas once, not to gamble. We have a small Vedanta center there. Swami Suhitananda ji, he said, it's a good idea. Why Las Vegas Vedanta? This is a good idea. When all those poor people, they come defeated and broken out of the casinos after gambling and losing all their money, then you catch them and tell them about Vedanta. So that was the idea. In Las Vegas, there are these machines in the casinos. If you gamble there, it's not that you will lose. You will win sometimes and you will lose sometimes, but you don't know when you will win. So the addiction is to keep on gambling. Try again. You win once, lose 2 times, then again win. Ultimately you will lose. There's no doubt about it. That's how the casinos become rich. But this addiction is created by this inconsistent system of rewards. Once in a while there will be a reward, and it hooks onto something in our psychology. People get addicted to it. Now they are designing these phones on the same basis. You know what they are doing? Have you noticed? Sometimes these phones, suddenly it will vibrate. Suddenly, tung, ting, little sound. And then what do? Nothing much, useless, trash. Little bit we see, alright, we put it back again. Now this is a part of that psychology. Again and again, we are being trained to look at the phone and respond to the phone. Whatever we are doing, we interrupt it once in a while to look at the phone. And then we come back to it. Now this constantly referring back to the phone every 5 minutes, 10 minutes, some people are addicted. Every few minutes they have to look. Nothing has come, mostly useless, almost entirely. But this habit of, I cannot live without the phone. If I take away the phone, if the phone is shut down, I feel uneasy. This shows it's exactly like taking a drug. So when people they detox from the drug, try to cure them from the drug, they feel uneasy. Same effect. They're saying neurologically, neuroscience says the same circuits are involved in the brain, which addicts us to a drug, and the effects of coming out of a drug, the drug habit. Same effects are noticed in addiction to mobile phone, social media, and trying to come out of it. In China now they have detoxification camps for drug addiction. What addiction? Mobile addiction camps. So the students, mostly young students, they are put in that camp, rigorous discipline from morning to night, no mobile phone, no computer, no internet, nothing, to detox from this addiction. So this is a crisis in attention. In the short time remaining to me, I'll just make a few remarks about focus, about concentration. So what do we do? There is one psychologist, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. He spent his whole life studying attention, focus. And he wrote this book, Flow, F-L-O-W. And in that, he says, the quality of our life depends on what we pay attention to and how much attention we pay. The quality of your life, these are very valuable words. The quality of your life depends on what you pay attention to and how much attention you pay to that. I read this book on attention called Rapt, R-A-P-T, Rapt, by Winifred Gallagher. And there she says that she talks about a cancer patient who had cancer and then a long struggle with the disease. And this lady, she said, I cannot live like this anymore. There's so much pain and discomfort and chemotherapy. Medical bills are mounting up. My life is a disaster. So what I should do is, the one thing that I enjoy, she was a writer. I will write, I will focus on my writing, and whatever will happen in my life, cancer, treatment, let it happen. Little bit of attention I will give there, maximum attention I will give to my writing. And then she says, my life improved to a level which was better than pre-cancer. When I was normal, what my life was, at this time, struggling against cancer, the quality of my life was better. Why? Because I was focusing on something important, something good. Otherwise, what happens is, if you don't deliberately, consciously focus on something good, mind will go to the nearest problem. So cancer is there, financial problem is there, mind will always be anxious, worrying about it constantly. What we attend to and how much we attend to it, that determines the quality of our life. It's Milton. In Paradise Lost, he says, the mind in its own place can make a heaven of hell and a hell of heaven. Mind by itself can make a heaven out of hell. We all know of so many people who in very difficult circumstances have struggled and raised their lives. We heard of the lives of some of the exemplary persons who were here in Vidyapith, monastic and non-monastic. How they struggled and raised their lives to almost like a divine, godly status. From a very difficult circumstance, people have come up. And we also know so many examples. Just the opposite. Rich parents, good education, good health, everything is perfect. But the child, boy or girl, spoils his or her life, maybe drug addiction, maybe some other problem, completely makes a heavenly life, makes it into hell. Mind can make hell into heaven, heaven into hell. So, the way to control the mind is to control attention. I will not go into the details of this book, Flow. You can read the book, I recommend it. If you don't want to read the book, again, there are many people who don't want to read books. Well, luckily, Mihai Csikszentmihalyi, the psychologist, he has given a TED talk. Now I warn you, he is not a very attractive speaker, but you have to listen closely. What he has to say is very valuable. So there, in the TED talk, in 15 minutes or so, you get the gist of the idea. It's an entire lifelong research on attention, on concentration. In fact, one little thing I'll mention from that book. In that book, he says, but I have surveyed the literature of the world, ancient and modern, on attention, on concentration. And I found the best manual on concentration in the world literature from earliest times till today is an ancient Indian book called Patanjali Yoga Sutras. He says, and he gives 2 pages, he describes what it is. So, concentration, focus. Swami Vivekananda had phenomenal powers of concentration. We too have that power. Maybe not to the extent that Swami Vivekananda had, but definitely if we try, we can improve our concentration, our focus to at least way beyond what we have right now. And the last point I want to mention for effective life management, self-confidence and concentration. Even a demon can have self-confidence and concentration. Even someone like Ravana had a lot of confidence, tremendous amount of confidence, and tremendous amount of concentration also. Sometimes good people don't have so much confidence. What really makes the difference, the third point I want to add, is selflessness. Swami Vivekananda says unselfishness is the test of truth. He's given some nice tests of truth. Whatever makes you strong, accept it as truth. Whatever weakens you, reject it as poison. One test of truth is strength. Is it working for you? Is it making you stronger? Another test of truth is, if it brings you together, if it unites, it is true. If it divides, it is false. Unity is a sign of truth. And then third, he says that unselfishness, selflessness is a test of truth. Unselfishness is more paying. It only takes a little bit of maturity to understand that. Vivekananda says, this doing something for others rather than just this little body mind, just this little I mind. After some time you realize that there is much more joy, much more lasting joy, lasting peace in doing things for others. Our life becomes much better when our life is not for ourselves, but it's for others. Vivekananda's famous quote is there, very popular. They alone live who live for others. Those that live for themselves are more dead than alive. So, selflessness. What we would like to take away from this presentation, if you want to take something away from this, remember, 1 and the zeros. Try to have the 1 in our lives. That Vidyapith is all about getting that 1 in our lives. And that has some constituents. 3 of those main constituents, 3 constituents would be confidence in oneself, self-esteem, confidence in oneself. Remember the 6 pillars: living consciously, accepting the truth of one's life, taking responsibility for one's life, then living a purposeful life, and then asserting oneself, rejecting what is negative, and trying personal integrity, at least some level of personal integrity. That gives self-confidence. The second point, so we have our drone here. Our Uttam Babu, I remember he was a Bengali teacher here. He had a very nice way of putting humorously. So he would say, Jantro Danam. No, it's okay. I'm almost finished. So focus. That's the second component of effective life management. Concentration, focus, training of the attention. And third, very important, is what is the point of our life if it is only for this one little body, one little person? Rather, selflessness, self-confidence, then focus, and then selflessness. I would say these are very important components of effective life management. Thank you very much. Namaskar.
Absolutely electrifying. Thank you, Maharaj, for putting such intricate thought in such a lucid manner. Maharaj was talking about Milton, and this is for the information of my young students especially, that when Milton had written Paradise Lost, he was completely blind, still he had written over 10,000 words. So, this is the power of mind. Thank you, Maharaj, once again. Now, we are almost at the fag end of the program. Now, I would like to request Divyat Swami Vidyapith Ji Maharaj, Adhyaksha Ramakrishna Math, Bolpur, to come on the stage to propose vote of thanks. And you will be happy to know that Maharaj is an alumnus of 1992 batch. Maharaj, please.
Revered Swami Suhitananda Maharaj, revered Swami Sarvapriyananda Maharaj, and Swami Tyagarupananda Maharaj, other revered Maharajas, respected brahmacharis, dear dadas, and my dear brothers. It's almost, we are almost on the end, but these authorities has requested me to tell something about my Vidyapith life when I was there a student from 85 till 92. So stepping in after Vishwarup Maharaj to Sarvapriyananda is a difficult task. And it has become, though he has told that responsibility he has specified as a pillar, but there is a very, on a lighter note I am telling you, that there is a story that, I think you all know this story. If the blame is to be put upon someone, please blame those people, those who are sitting on the front row, okay? I am not to be blamed for this mess rather. Anyway, I will tell you 3 incidents about Vidyapith life, which I was recalling while sitting over here. It is basically an impromptu speech. In 2006, at IIM Bangalore, Subroto Bagchi, he was then the CEO of Mindtree, he delivered the convocation address, where he told or he defined success. It is a wonderful thing. He defined success as the legacy which you leave behind for others. Just on this note, I remember when we were in class 9, then, as you all know, right now we have a +2 section just on the other side of the road, but then we didn't have that. And being a CBSE school, we all used to go to Pilani, then Delhi Public School, Air Force School, all we have to aspire for this admission test, and we have to get in all those good institutions. Because in West Bengal, more or less, CBSE schools were very less. So, we are all eager to have a +2 section, wherever it may come up, but we are eager to have it. But we knew that it was not possible at a short time. We were in class 9. So I remember our principal Maharaj, he took us, one of the section of class 9, to the other part of this, where presently the hostels are there. And we are told to plant 4 sal trees. I don't know whether my friends, those who are sitting over there, some of them might recall it. We planted 4 trees, sal trees. Here and on that Solana also campus, we planted 4 trees. Planting trees is not important. But believe it or not, we had this idea that this tree will grow up maybe after 15-20 years, because Vidyapith doesn't have so much funds to start a +2 section. So this tree will grow up and the authority will be able to sell off this tree, and with that money a new HS section will come up. What I am trying to tell is, because see, we were talking about the success of this institution rather. Because we all know that we will pass out after 1 year, but at least we leave behind the legacy for others. This is success. And what we are all, the thread which binds us all, is this legacy. So the next incident which I would like to tell you, is we all learn about teamwork. In every management institution, MBA, everywhere we learn about this teamwork in all corporate cultures. I recall an incident. I was in class 10. So during that time, the class 9 and class 10 used to have their lunch a bit later. Means it used to start from most probably 11:45, as far as I remember. So, and the junior section from class 4 till 8, they used to have their lunch at 11:15. Means half an hour later, we used to have 1 period more. So during that time, and I was having a very bad hand. Means in fact, it was not legible. So Principal Maharaj, he punished as a punishment, of course. He told me every day I have to write a good 1 page of handwriting. A student of class 10 writing 1 page of handwriting, and every day I used to rigorously have to show him that I wrote this, just to improve my handwriting. So during this exercise, after the class, I was just coming out from the school. Then one young guy was riding a cycle. He was riding so fast. Unfortunately, one student, he was just rushing out from the school. Then they had a big collision. And somehow that student was injured. Injury is not important. And we took him to hospital. And I had then the serving duty. I was living in Deoghar. I was having serving duty. That was a Friday. I think you recall every Friday that environment of Friday means it was a midday, right? So the environment was completely different. So that day, especially what I mean to say is this: the whole atmosphere means even if it is a midday, it was calm, quiet, no hustling, no bustling, nothing. I mean to say the whole Vidyapith was anxious about that particular guy. This bondage and teamwork, we learned it from here itself. I think you all learned it from here. And the last incident, what I use, which I will tell is, there is a Roman saying that give me a child for 8 years, after that, after educating him or her, even after 8 years, you will not be able to change the child. See, this basic education starts from here itself. Of course, our parents, we get our first education from our parents, but after that, when we come over here, we get this education. I will tell one incident from my own life, and this also is related to Suhitananda Maharaj. So, I was in class 9 or 10, most probably 9 or 10, I don't remember exactly. So, while entering his office, I left my chappal, one here and another maybe 5 foot apart or 10 foot apart. While coming out, he scolded me a lot. Then I thought, what's the need of scolding? Such a trivial thing, isn't it? So leaving chappal, because I was in a hurry, so naturally I left out one chappal over here and another chappal over there. Anyway, but then he told me, you should leave your chappal, which I still remember, you should leave your chappal in such a manner that the person entering after you shouldn't face any obstacle. Believe me, even today, suppose when I am in a haste, I leave my chappal in a bit awkward manner, I remember that incident. And I feel ashamed of myself. You see, I got this education right over here. And I shouldn't leave my chappal or leave my belongings in such a manner so that it may create an obstacle for others. These are small incidents, but this means a lot for me at least. And I'll not linger more because you are all in a haste to depart, right? So next part of my is proposing a formal vote of thanks. So, at the outset, as I have said, that every good thing must come to an end. And this motivational session, which you have heard so nicely, also should come to an end. And I am here to formally propose the vote of thanks. Our Sastanga pranams to revered Swami Suhitananda Maharaj, who has been here since 2 o'clock. We are all grateful to him for his benediction, and we seek his blessings now and every moment which are meant for us. Our pranams to revered 2 speakers who have done a wonderful deliberations. Our thanks to the music team who have really enthralled us, and of course we'll have another new Anup Kumar Malikda. Anupda will give us another music performance after me. So naturally I am proposing the vote of thanks before him. So I need to thank him also. I also take this opportunity to convey our sincere thanks, deep gratitude and regards to one and all who have been behind this program. Starting from mic man to the press people, the monastics, the authorities, everyone, and the dear brothers and elder brothers who have come all over to attend this program. And to conclude, on behalf of the alumni, I offer my pranams to Sri Thakur Ma and Swamiji, so that we invoke their blessings on us, and our pranams, our sincere pranams to our dear alma mater, for making us what we are. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you, Maharaj, for sharing with us your fond memories in Vidyapith. Now we are at the end of the program, and this program will be ended by the closing song. With the closing song by Dr. Anup Kumar Mallik. He is an alumnus of 1971 batch. I would like to request respected Dr. Anup Kumar Mallik to come on stage.
জুড়াইতে চাই কোথায় জুড়াইতে চাই কোথায় কোথাও হতে আসি কোথা ভেসে যাই ফিরে ফিরে আসি কত কাঁদি হাসি কোথা যাই সদা ভাবিল তাই জুড়াইতে চাই কোথায় জুড়াই
आज क्या बता रहा हूँ मिले
কি খেলায় আমি খেলি না কেন? কি খেলায় আমি খেলি না কেন? জাগিয়ে ঘুমাই ঘুহকে কে খেলায় আমি খেলি না কেন? জাগিয়ে ঘুমাই কুহকে এ কেমন ঘোর হবে নাকি ভোর এ কেমন ঘোর হবে নাকি ভোর অধীর অধীর যে মতি সমীর অবিরাম গতি নিয়ত ধাই জুড়াইতে চাই কোথায় কি কাজে এসেছি কি কাজে গেল কি কাজে এসেছি কি কাজে গেল জানি না কেমন কি খেলা কি কাজে এসেছি কি কাজে গেল ফিরে ফিরে আসি কত হাসি কোথা যাই সদা ভাবি গো তাই জুড়াইতে চাই কোথায় জুড়াই।
Thank you all. The program officially ends now.
আইডি দে তো আইডি দে